early light, what so proudly we hail at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Division and overall grand champion being able to mark in there.
Okay.
So hopefully
Hopefully it's able to do that.
yes. That was the instruction that we asked. Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Nebraska State Fair FFA Market Swine Show. Thanks for being with us this morning to support our exhibitors. We would like to take a minute to introduce our judge. Joining us again today is Todd Byers of Abernathy, Texas. He is the show feed specialist for Premium Advantage Show Feeds in Texas. Todd grew up in Central Illinois on a family farm before attending and judging at Lakeland College and Texas A&M University. He received his master's at Texas Tech University while assisting in coaching the 2007 National Champion Livestock Judging Team. Todd and his wife Mariah and 3 kids, Briley, Zane, and Blaine, live in Abernathy, where they run 30 head of Chester and Crossbred sows. Please help me give Todd a warm Nebraska welcome.
Well, good morning. Excited to be back here this morning to work through our market show, and really good way to start here this morning with our Berkshire Market Gilt class. And I think we got a really good top pair here that's close. And I think when it boils down to it, there's one that's just built a little better in terms of maybe being a little better in her composition. I think she's better in terms of her jawline. You get on top of her, she comes out of the backside of her shoulder with just more true shape and turn up high there. I think she's a gilt still that probably reads a little better in terms of her top line. You take her from the side in terms of the crest of her neck, the length, the levelness of her hip. That's the young man's going across the middle right here now. He's going to go ahead and be 1. She does give up some bone and maybe just a little bit of chest to the gilt here that's going to come next in 2, and I think that's what makes her really close. This gilt's extremely comfortable out of her shoulder. She comes at you a notch better at her knee than the gilt that we start with. I think she's still a gilt that can get out and hinge and go well enough. To me, as we turn her and we watch her there, she wants to get a little pudgy and a little chubby there in her cheek as you study her. Get up on top of her. She just doesn't crease up with as much shape right there, but certainly a very high quality gilt, very high quality pair there in this first class of the day. We come out with a gilt in 3, and probably one of the most extended gilt that we have in class. Appreciate that about her. She's a tall fronted, lean design, shapely kind of a gilt coming right at you. We just got to blow her open in her chest. We got to open her up in her forerib and just give her an easier feeding type look in that particular instance. The gilt here is going to come next in 4. Just gives up quite a bit in terms of substance and power to the 3 that beat her. Still a good design, kind of a gilt that's very flexible in terms of how she's put together. Another one you just want to open up and give her a shot more stuff all the way through to compete with the ones ahead of her. But a good class to start with. Let's go and give those 4 individuals a good round of applause.
Congratulations to Easton Raber of the Ashland Greenwood FFA chapter for exhibiting your Grand Champion Purebred Berkshire Gilt. Reserve Grand Champion was exhibited by Tucker Brandeberry of the Alma FFA chapter.
little more sword over here on our Barrow side, and I think though we got one that wins and wins pretty quickly for me, that's the young man's Barrow here here going across the ring. I think that's the one that combines the most good in this particular drive. When you want to make him square and true at the ground in terms of width and squareness, he does that. He's sound, he's flexible, he gives you a good look, and yet from a composition standpoint, he's still the one that's probably one of the more favorable ones in this particular drive. He's one that has good shape out of the back of his shoulder. He's got a big square hip working in him as well. And yet I think where he really excels is when we set him and we turn him to the side. That's the one that's really good in his angles. His proportions meet up extremely good. He's tall-shouldered. He's neat-looking. Very high-quality type of Berkshire Barrow there to go ahead and win this particular drive. Young lady's Barrow that comes next in two is more of a meat and potatoes kind of a pig. In my opinion, that one's opened up, and he's stout, and he's square, and he's still good in terms of his composition. That's a big-bladed, big-middled, big-topped one. It's got a great big hip as he turns and leaves, and yet still handles it in terms of his feet and legs extremely well. I just didn't think as we turned and watched him go, he doesn't gather himself with as much look and as much presence. As you set him up there through his front end, wants to give out in his top line just a little bit there as well. But I thought one that was very fundamentally correct, had a lot of good things about him and why he needed to land three compared to the land in two compared to the Barrow in three. For the Barrow in three from the side, I love his height of shoulder. I love his length of body in relation to that. His length of hip, his drive, and his flex and reach off of both ends. Still a stout featured hog that's got a big top in him. As we take him and transitioning from there to the surface, he's the one that I think is the least genuine in terms of his build, in terms of his makeup. He needs to be more pried open in his chest and forerib. Just peel a little bit of cover off of that guy as well wouldn't hurt. I think that's a very high quality one. It's got a good look. Maybe just not quite the substance and dimension to him that we had in our top two, or the Barrow that comes on the back side of him here in four. The Barrow in four, another one that's got some shape and some power when you get right up on top of him. Love him when he comes at you. He's another one when we turn him to the side, he just comes apart for me. He wants to get a little crestier in his neck, a little deeper in his throat, and a little rounder in his hip. Just want to make it all come together a little bit easier and a little bit smoother to balance him up a little bit better in relation to the ones that beat him. One that comes out here in five, another one that's got some width and some substance to him. I like his dimension. I like his shape up high. He's another one just from a build standpoint, falls out a little bit, gets a little rounder in his hip, wants to tuck his hind leg underneath of him. He's another one at the surface. I just want to stouten him up in terms of his bone and feet to be able to move up in this particular drive. The Barrow that comes out next in six, stout-headed, big-legged kind of a Barrow. He comes at you with enough chest. He gets a little drier and harder in the mid part of his body, wants to wrinkle up and get a little staler there in terms of his loin. Just want to freshen that guy up, make him more secure in the way he handles his rear too. Barrow in seven, another one that's got some shape up high, another one that runs out of gas down low in terms of bone and feature. He's another one gets a little rounder out of his hip as well. As we continue 8, 9, 10, and 11 here, Barrow here that just gives up some substance and some mass. One's ahead of him. He's a really good pattern, real sound made hog. Just got to power him up a little bit here. Another one that does have some more substance to him. Need to change him at his knee, peel a little cover off of him. The two that we close with, a leaner design Barrow there, just needs some body and needs to be rebuilt structurally. And our Barrow we close with, the sound, good bodied one, just needs a shot more bone and a shot more muscle. Really good class of Berkshire Barrows. Good round of applause for the kiddos, please.
Congratulations to Will Long of the Perkins County FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion, Purebred Berkshire Barrow. The reserve grand champion was exhibited by Taryn Sudik of the Bishop Newman FFA chapter.
Just a single entry for our Chester Gilt market division here, but one that certainly has some quality to her. That is a big rolled up back and one that's big and extended in terms of her type and kind. Not the heaviest bone one or just the widest one that we've seen, but I think one that's still very deserving. Congratulations to that young man on his champion Chester. Once again, just a single entry here. The young man brings the Chester side, and bear that's got a big blade and a big middle laid into him. He's got some muscle there. One we'd maybe peel just a little bit of bark or a little bit of cover off of there to be ideal. But once again, a very, very good bear for the young man. He's done a nice job. Let's go and give him a round of applause for his champion Chester bear.
Congratulations to Easton Raber of the Ashland Greenwood FFA chapter for exhibiting your Grand Champion Purebred Chester White gilt. The Grand Champion Purebred Chester White barrow was exhibited by Samuel Wells of the St. Paul FFA chapter. We would just like to announce a reminder during our show today that only State Fair staff are allowed behind the stage. Please do not cut through the panels that are set up there. Please go out the doors and around. Also a reminder that only exhibitors are allowed in the ring. Again, only exhibitors are allowed in the ring. Please do not cut through the empty ring to get to the holding pens.
good class with some depth and quality as we go all the way through. And I think we wind up with a top pair that I think surfaced to the top pretty quickly. I think of the pair, there's some slight differences. The one I am initially drawn to is probably the one that's a little stouter, but at the same time, I think the one that probably needs to win, in my opinion, is one that's just a little looser in terms of her build. I think her body shape, her balance is put together just that much better. She's still not perfect at her knee in the way that she comes at you, and that's where I change her. But I think her length of hip, the ability to drive and use her hind leg, combined with her being extremely fresh and well presented, the top side of her skeleton. Young man right here in front of me is going to go ahead and have one in this particular class. The gilt that's going to come next in two is the stouter feature option, and I like that about her. I like her bone. I like her foot size. She's a gilt that's rolled up high, extremely good. She's tall-shouldered. At the same time, she's maybe one that gets a little stilty up front. That shoulder blades rock forward in her a little bit. She wants to twist up at her knee, and I think it throws everything from there off just a little off because she wants to wrinkle up in her hip loin. She gets just a little tentative in the way she goes behind as well, but a stout featured one that's got shape, got muscle, composition's right. Nice kind of gilt there to land in too. Young man, it's going to be three. Probably does have one that's looser in her skeleton. She likes to get out and go. She's a notch better at her knee. The way she comes out, she's got a good rib cage laid into her. She just doesn't have near as much. When you get right up on top of her, she's the plainest in her shape of the top three. Her chine bone wants to peek up in her there just a little bit. Want to freshen her up and just give her a shot more true shape and muscle in order for her to compete amongst that top end. The one that went out in four, we had an escapee there, but I think another one, it's got a big blade and a big top and a big hip working in her there. She gets a little and her look up through her front end. She wants to twist up at her knee and round out of her hip. Some just want to bring her together from a balance and function standpoint just a shade better. One that comes out next here in five. Another one that's good on the top side of her skeleton from a composition standpoint. I like her shape. I like her muscle. She's another one, comes in a few more pieces from the side. Gets a little bit lower shoulder in relation to being higher flanked and off in her tail set. Just want to square her up on her rear too as well. Gilt there running out. It's another one that's got some frame and some extension. Deep body kind of a gilt. Just got to open her up and give her more spread and mass all the way through. As we go through 7, 8, 9, and 10 here, got another gilt that's got some shape up high. Another one wants to cave in her knee and maybe give up a little bit some in terms of balance. Gilt here that's probably one of the leaner, more compositionally correct gilts. At the same time, she's just too stilty off of both ends. Want to freshen her up. Gilt we close with big, extended, loose-made gilt. Just got to give her a shot more width and muscle. Good class of red gilts there. Give those kiddos a good round of applause. We'll go sort through the barrows on the other side.
Congratulations to Gage Gerlach of the Maywood FFA chapter for exhibiting your Grand Champion Purebred Duroc Gilt. Reserve Grand Champion was exhibited by Easton Raber of the Ashland Greenwood FFA chapter.
A little more sort in our red ones on this side, and we got some composition issues maybe down the line that we haven't necessarily had in a couple of other breeds, but the two that we wind up with on top I think are both very good, and probably very good for different reasons. I mean, I think they both fit compositionally, but at the same time you've got one that's a little looser constructed, if you got one that's certainly more manly in terms of how he's put together, and I think you just got to figure out, is one stout enough to be a show bearer, and is one just loose enough in terms of his shoulder and his construction up there to be the one you want to use. And I think it's very close when it boils down to it. There's one that's just that much more manly in terms of how he's put together. He's stout-skulled, he's big-armed, he's still got a functional hind leg, and he just blows the other one away when you get right up on top of him in terms of his shape and his spread and his mass that he has. That's the young lady's bear to my left. He's going to go ahead and be one. Like I said, I'd love to change his shoulder and just lay it in him a shade differently to where everything just hinged and loosened up a little bit better. But I think his extra power, his extra substance is just hard to ignore in this particular drive. The young man's bear that's going to end up too is the looser construction option, and I like that about him. That one's very good in terms of his shoulder angle, his front foot placement. He's a bold-chested kind of hog. That's good in the middle part of his body. I just don't think he's near manly enough as you study him about his skull, study him about his arm and his rear ankle. He just needs to be stouter everywhere to compete with that one that beats him. And like I said, right out the back of his shoulder, he wants to get a little rounder and a little plainer there in relation to that bear that beats him. Bear that comes out in third, maybe one that just I think probably a couple weeks ago was probably one that you liked pretty good, because he's a very fundamentally correct kind of hog. He's opened up, he's square built, he's stout featured, he hinges extremely good. He just gets a little staler in terms of his overall look. Just want to freshen that guy up. His chine's starting to poke on him there. He's one who wants to get just a little plainer and a little more roughed out in his shape. Just want to freshen him up in general. If we could do that, I think he pushes those top two even that much harder. The bear that comes out next in 4 is here because he's a good-looking, shaped, freshly bear that's functional in his hip and his hind leg. I just got to change his front feet, buddy. He's a little too long, a little too soft there. I just worry about him from a function standpoint and what he's capable of doing. We change him there and maybe just make everything freshen up in his hip loin just a shade better. He's one that can move on up the line as well. Bear that comes out next in 5 is one that probably just checks a lot of boxes in terms of just being a square, flexible, good-bodied kind of a show bear there. Another one, we get right up on top of him. Just like to have a notch more shape and spread right out of the back of his shoulder. Want to stouten him up to the ground. Maybe just square him up a little bit off of both ends as he comes and goes. As we go on down the line here, 6 through 9, another hog here's got some frame and some extension. He's got some muscle under there. We've just covered it up with a little too much cover. In my opinion, he gets a little soft in his neckline there, a little soft in his lower third. Just want to trim that guy up and make him more acceptable there. Bear here is trimmer. He gives you a real good look. There's just not near enough of him when he comes right at you in terms of blade, chest, and mass. 2, we close with hogs that have some muscle under there. Once again, they're hogs that are just a little bit chubbier than what I like for them to be. Bear we close with maybe gives up some from a balance standpoint as well, but a very high-quality class of Duroc bears. Well, just a pair here in our Hampshire gilt division, but I think both of them are very good, and both of them are very good tight market hogs. There's one that's just better in terms of chest and body shape. It's very loose in terms of her construction. It's the gilt. You're running the fence over here on the far side. She's going to go ahead and be one in this particular drive. Coming right at you, I think is where she excels. Get in the mid part of her body. She's just looser and more pliable. Her spine sets in her just a shade better. She does give up some in terms of bone, and I think that's maybe what brings it close here to the one that's going to come next in 2. Young lady's got very heavy structured, one that's got shape up high. She's got a big hip laid into her as well. Very stout featured kind of a gilt. Just a little harder in terms of her overall look. Want to square her up at her knee and fix her in her forerib just a little, freshen her up a little bit. I think a very high quality pair there in our Hampshire gilt market division. Let's go and give those 2 young ladies a good round of applause. Another good pair on the Hampshire barrow side, and I think one on the far side is the one that needs to win and does so pretty handily for me. That's a square-chested, shapely hog that's extremely fresh and well presented in terms of his skin and hair, and in terms of his shape up high, still very comfortable in how he gets out and goes. Like a nice little place to start there here in this particular drive. Congratulations to her. The young lady's barrow is going to come next in two. Another one that's tall-shouldered. He's good in the middle part of his body. He's got a big hip working in him still as well. He's another one that's maybe got a little extra cover up there through his throat. Want to clean him up in that regard, give him a shot more shape up high as we study him there, but a very nice Hampshire barrow there still nonetheless. One more time, a good hand for those two. Just three here in our Hereford division, and I think we've got one to represent this division that's extremely good, in my opinion. That's the young man's barrow right here in front of me right now. That one's going to go ahead and win this particular division. That one's extremely good in terms of his width, his squareness. He balances so incredibly well from the side, and yet still holds the composition advantage within this particular trio. A very stout-featured hog that uses his hip and hind leg extremely well. That's a very good type of Hereford show barrow there the young man brings us to evaluate here today. The one that's going to come next in two, most closely resembles him, is the young man out here in the middle right now. I think another one that's good in terms of his looseness and his flexibility. He's opened up and broadened his chest and got a big hip. He wants to come apart in his top line, wants to wrinkle up in his hip loin. He's just not quite as fresh in terms of his overall look and presence, but still a very high quality one that's got good things about him. Young man that's going to come next in three, another one that's got good body shape. He's got good muscle. When you get right up on top of him, we turn him to the side. Another two ahead of him, he just doesn't have near the look and the presence about him. He wants to get a little straighter in his shoulder, wants to get a little rounder in his hip, and just a little frailer in terms of his overall makeup, but a very high-quality barrow there. Three very high-quality Hereford barrows in that division. Let's one more time give him a good round of applause for bringing three nice ones. Just a pair of Polands here on this particular side, and I think the one that probably just suits me better from a composition and feature standpoint is the young lady's lighter skin barrow over here in the corner. I think one that's better in terms of his shape and his leanness as you study him from the side, still comfortable in terms of how he gets out and goes. We'd freshen him up a little bit and just give him a shot more shape so we get right up on top of him. But like I said, from a composition and just general build standpoint, I think he's the best option in this particular pair. The young lady's barrow is wanting to give her some fits over here. Still one that's opened up. He's still got some good body shape laid into him there, and I think he's got a good amount of muscle underneath there. He's one that just maybe gets a little chubbier in terms of how he's put together as you study him down low in his elbow pocket and up through his neck there. Just like to peel a little bit of cover off that guy, stouten him at the ground a little bit as well to go with that. I think a nice pair of Poland China Barrows. Well, once again, just a pair here in our spotted market gilt division, but I think a nice pair. And the young lady there on the far side is the one that's going to go ahead and win this particular class. She does so just from a substance and mass standpoint. That one's bigger in her chest. She's stouter at the ground. She's bigger up high. In terms of her shape and her muscle, she's really good in the center part of her body, and yet still one that can give you a good balanced look from the side. I think a very high-quality type of spotted gilt there to go ahead and win this particular class. Young lady's got the bigger, more extended version, and I appreciate that about her. Tall shouldered, long-bodied, still loose in terms of her construction. She just gets a little plainer in her shape. Like to open her up a little bit underneath and give her a shot more center body. I think still a very high-quality gilt the young lady's done a nice job with. Let's go and give our two spotted gilt exhibitors a good round of applause. another class and maybe one that comes with a few more challenges. And I think we arrive at a top pair that are the pair of hogs that are opened up. They're square built. They're good bodied. They got shape and they got muscle. I think of the pair, there's one that's a little looser. Then there's one that's just better in terms of skin and hair, better in terms of freshness, better in terms of just being the stouter, fresher looking option. That's the young lady right here in the middle of the ring right now. He's going to go ahead and be one. Ideally, I would change his hip, and just the way he gets out. He's a little too insecure in terms of his rear foot placement, and just the shape of his hock bothers me a little bit. I'm not going to lie, but I think that's a very good show barrow. That's extremely fresh. He's well presented up. He's a bear that gives you a good look from the side in terms of his length and his extension and his stoutness, a feature. The young lady's bear over here, it's giving her some fits. It's another one, like I said, opened up, square built, good bodied, got shape, got muscle. He's maybe just doesn't come with quite the attractive look up front ahead of his blade. I want to just clean him up in his jawline. I want to freshen him up at the top side of his skeleton. He does hold the advantage in terms of being a little looser, in terms of his hip, in terms of his hock, in relation to one that beats him, and that's what makes that pair close. I think that's a good pair there at the top end of this particular drive. Young lady that comes next in third has a very fundamentally correct kind of a barrel once again. He's good in terms of his chest. He's good in terms of his center body. He hinges just a little bit looser than our one that we lead with. At the same time, he's another one that's maybe starting to push a little bit of extra covers. You study him there in his jawline, get right up on top of him. There's not near the shape. There's not near the spread and mass as you study him in relation to the two that beat him, but it's still a very good spotted show barrow there to land into three. The wider bodied one here that comes out next in four, another one that's a lot like the one ahead of him. You like him in terms of body shape. You like him in terms of flexibility. He's another one just right up on top. We got to give him more true shape. We got to open him up in his chest a little bit in the way that he comes at you. Hog that comes out next in five is one that is more powerful in terms of bone and shape and muscle, and I like those things about him. At the same time, he comes in a shorter, quicker type package in terms of his maturity pattern, a little more jammed up his neck, a little shorter in his hip. Want to freshen him up in terms of just his general look, but a stout, heavy muscled kind of a barrow that needed to work up in this particular drive. Barrows 6 through 10 here. Got some that are very similar in a lot of regards. Got a big scale, long-bodied barrow here. Just needs a shot more width and muscle. Want to lay his shoulder blade back into him a shade differently. The white underlying barrow here that comes out next. Another one you appreciate in terms of his frame and his extension, his bone work. He gets a little plainer in his look up front, a little more nondescript in his shape. Bear that comes out next here in Hate. It's another one that wants to start to push a little extra cover down low. Gets a little uncoordinated in the way he handles his hind two. Needs a little more shape up high. Got a big long-bodied bear there. Comes out next. Just needs a shot more all the way through. Bear we close with. It's got a big top. One that's just got too much cover on him as you study him down low. Real good class of spotted show bears. Let's go and give those young people a good round of applause. Just the three Yorkshire gilts, but I think we got a very nice place to start. The young lady's gilt's going to be one in this particular drive. She just excels the other two as you study her at the surface. In terms of one that's opened up and square in her build, she's got some stoutness of feature. And still read correct, and you get up high. She's certainly the one that has the most shape and spread as well. From the side, she's one that you appreciate for a lot of things. She's tall-fronted, got a neat look. She does want to get a little shorter in terms of her hip structure there. Maybe wants to start to push the limits of what we're going to call acceptable in terms of where she sets her hock. but I still thought she needed to win in this particular class. Young man's gilt here going to my left is going to come next in 2. I think that's the one that resembles our class winner from the side in terms of her proportions, her height of shoulder, her stoutness of feature, her angles that she has just coming right at you. That one doesn't have near as much. Just want to open her up through her blade and chest, center body, give her a shot more spread up high to compete with that one that beats her. But from the side, that one's awfully good. One that's going to come next in 3 is a loose structured kind of a gilt that has shape. She's got length and extension ahead of her blade as well. Just gets a little drier and a little harder in terms of her mid body there and her flank. Want to just soften her up there. She's another one as she turns and leaves. Maybe just want to square her up from her hock to the surface a little bit as well. The 3 high quality Yorkshire gilts there in that particular division. Not a perfect one in our Yorkshire drive, but I think we've got some very good pieces as we go all the way through down even 8, and I think there's some give and take amongst them, and you just got to set your priorities of where you're comfortable and what you want to do, and I think just stick with it. And when you do that, I think the one that combines the most good is the young lady's bear here going away from me. That's the stout featured hog that's opened up and square on both ends. He proportions right from the side in terms of his height of shoulder in relation to his length of body, length of hip, and his ability to bend his hind leg. Still got shape, still got muscle. He's not the most freshly presented one from a skin and hair standpoint, but I think he's still fresh in his shape. He's still fresh and youthful in his look. Just a bear that we like to say, like I said, change a little bit in terms of skin and hair, maybe just freshen him up in his look. And his front feet aren't perfect. I think they're more acceptable than another one we got out here in the top end, and that's going to be the young man's bear that comes in too. In my opinion, he's a set of front feet away from being the one that can win this particular class because he is a fresh made one that's really good up high in terms of his shape and his muscle. He's the other one that's opened up good in terms of his center body, coming and going, uses his hind leg exceptionally well. I just got to make him better on his front feet. I just can't do that to be your champion Yorkshire bear here today. We fix him there. He's the one we probably use to win this particular class. Young ladies bear in third. I guess if you just want to just say this one's the most complete, I maybe couldn't argue with you because that one's hard to really pick a huge hole in because he is square, he is good bodied, he does have shape, he does have muscle. He just comes in too frail of a package for me. I guess as you study him at the ground, he's the frailest that we have in the class in terms of his bone, in terms of his foot size. You read him too in terms of his chest in relation to the two that beat him. He doesn't pack near as much punch there. I think still just a very fundamentally correct kind of bear that's sound, functional, got shape, got muscle, good kind of show pig there to land into 3. Young man in 4 here, I think at times I had him anywhere all over the board here. That's a big bladed, big chested hog that's very freshly presented in terms of his skin and he's got good shape up high, got a big square hip working into him. I just turned him to the side, and I just got to bring him together better. He wants to get a little lower in his shoulder, a little softer on his front feet. His top line just plays out too much on him for a show pig for me, and we just got to bring all that together and make everything match just a little better to move him up in this particular class. Bear here that proportions upright, tall-shouldered, right in his length of body, right in his length of hip, gets a little plainer in his shape up high. Biggest thing, though, is he gets a little stiltier. The way he moves up front gets a little shorter and more restricted in his rear, too, as well as we him into motion. Really stout featured pig here as well that comes out next. I had him all over the board as well. From the side, he's one you can get on board with in terms of the shape of his skull, the shape of his arm, the density of his legs, and his angles read fairly good. Get right up on top of him. He's another one we need to freshen up, turn and watch him go. And of these initial ones that go, he's the lightest muscle and yet still wants to get farther out in his stifle, farther out in his hock, and just got to square him, make him more secure there. Bear here that comes next, good bodied one, can give you a good look from the side in terms of his proportions. He's another one that gets a little plainer in his throat. He's one that wants to cave up too much underneath. Just want to give him more true width, more true substance all the way through. Same thing for the bear in 9. Tall-shouldered, long-bodied, coming right at you. He's got to have more chest. Got to spread him in his knee. Got to give him more lower body and just true width all the way through. But a good pattern one from the side. Good class of Yorkshire bears, lots of types and kinds. Let's go and give those kiddos a good round of applause. I think we got a nice set of TAMs here to finish us up for our Purebred Barrow side, our Purebred division here, I guess I should say. And I think it comes down to one that just is more comfortable in terms of how he's put together. That's the young ladies Barrow there. I think one that gets out and goes better in terms of his feet and legs. Extended type of hog that's got some shape up high. Still good in terms of his composition. He's not as good in terms of his look up front. Maybe not quite as stout featured as the young man's Barrow in 2. And I like those things about him. I like his proportions. I like his shape. We just got to make him go better on that right rear. He's just not comfortable enough today for me to go ahead and make him champion. I think a nice kind of pig there still to stand reserve. Let's go and give those two young people a good round of applause.
Congratulations to Easton Raber of the Ashland Greenwood FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion, Berkshire Market Gilt. Exhibiting the grand champion, Chester White Market Gilt, was Easton Raber of the Ashland Greenwood FFA chapter. Exhibiting the grand champion, Duroc Market Gilt, was Gage Gerlach of the Maywood FFA chapter. Congratulations to Haley Peterson of the Osceola FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion, Hampshire Market Gilt. Exhibiting the grand champion Spotted Market Gilt was Jolie Clement of the Central FFA chapter. Congratulations to Lauren Mosier of the Pawnee City FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion Yorkshire Market Gilt. Please help me give all of our gilt exhibitors a round of applause.
Well, maybe not as many numbers on our gilt side as we had on the Bears, but I think our quality was very good. Let's go ahead and give these 6 young people out here a good round of applause on their champions today. As we start to think back through these and study them once they get out here, I think we've got a couple that come to mind pretty quickly for me is what it's going to come down to. And I think of that pair, I think once we talk about ones that are good in terms of their shape and muscle and composition, there's one that's just that much more comfortable in terms of how they're put together, in terms of their skeleton. They're square, genuine in their build. They get out and go. They got a good length to their hip, drive their hind leg extremely well. This one balances as well as any. She's not the biggest legged one out here, but she's still my favorite. Young man's Duroc's going to be grand purebred. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Gage Gerlach of the Maywood FFA chapter for exhibiting your overall purebred market gilt. We will drop that reserve Duroc in, exhibited by Easton Raber of the Ashland Greenwood FFA chapter.
After her, I think you can make a case for several, and we bring in the reserve red one, and she certainly comes in the mix. I liked her feature. I like her density and the way she comes at you. She's very good in terms of her shape and her muscle. Like we talked back there in that particular division, she's one that just wants to wrinkle up in her hip loin. She wants to get just a little tighter off of both ends for to be the one that I think probably needs to be reserve, in my opinion. I think from there you get a couple other ones. The young lady's Yorkshire has got a neat look. She's stout features. She's got shape. She's got muscle within her division. I thought maybe we were just square enough going away. As we drop her back out here, I just want to fix her in that particular regard. The young man's Berkshire is another one that comes into play. I think one that's good in terms of her look and her silhouette from the side. She's got good shape. She's extremely fresh. We talked her to being just a notch tighter in terms of her hip within her particular division. I think as we come back out and study him, though, she's the other fresh, good-bodied one that's square. She's genuine. She gives you a good look, got a great amount of quality about her. She's my second favorite. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Easton Raber of the Ashland Greenwood FFA chapter for exhibiting your reserve champion overall purebred market gilt. Congratulations to Ava Carnop of the West Point FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion all other breeds market barrow. The grand champion Berkshire market barrow was exhibited by Will Long of the Perkins County FFA chapter. The grand champion Chester White market barrow was exhibited by Samuel Wells of the St. Paul FFA chapter. Congratulations to Carly Wolf of the Central FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion Duroc market barrow. The grand champion Hampshire market barrow was exhibited by Reagan Alfs of the Shickley FFA chapter. Congratulations to Trevor Party of the Freeman FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion Hereford market barrow. Marissa Palm of the Bishop Newman FFA chapter exhibited your grand champion Poland China market barrow. The grand champion Spot market barrow was exhibited by Alexis Warner of the Blair FFA chapter. Congratulations to Lauren Mosier of the Pawnee City FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion Yorkshire market barrow. Please give a round of applause to all of our barrow exhibitors.
We bring these bears out here, and I was trying to think through my mind after we finished the gilts just real quick what each and every one of them were, and I always usually have a pretty clear-cut thing in my mind when we come back out which one it's going to be, and I'll be honest with you, I wasn't sure. And we get back out here, and I think there's a lot of give and take, and I think it just boils down once again to where exactly you want to set your priorities. To talk about a couple of them real quick that come into contention. The Berkshire Barrow here is one that from the side he's my speed. In terms of height of shoulder, look, presence, angles, and density of skeleton, everything matches and goes together so incredibly well. He's still very fresh in terms of his presentation as well. I'll be honest with you, the thing that bothers me the most is just the thing we got going on with our legs there and maybe trying to make his white a little wider than what it really is. That bothers me just a little bit, but I think that's a very good barrow that's got a lot of good things about him as well. The spotted barrow here is another one. The front 2/3 of that one's body is hard to ignore because he's so stout featured, so stout in his arm and his chest and his upper body. When he comes right at you, is he just loose enough and flexible enough in terms of his rear leg to be the one? That's his question mark for me. Our red one is another one that's very impressive in terms of stoutness of feature, look, presence. I think if we just stopped him and propped him up for a picture, he may photo as well as any. At the same time, he gets just a little stilty in his shoulder. Maybe just need to free him up and just make everything looser in terms of how he gets out and goes. The Hampshire's another one, and I think one, in terms of his width, his squareness of body is extremely good. His proportionality is good. Does he have enough bone to just balance with the rest of his body in terms of shape, in terms of muscle, and is his hip just long enough is the question mark I have with him. So like I said, there's several of them that come into contention. I think it's a very, very good set. I get ultra picky on them, and I apologize for that. But at the same point in time, we got to break them down. We got to figure out which one suits us best when it boils down to it. From a build, function standpoint, stoutness of feature, freshness, and shape, the one that does it best, the young man's Berkshire's your grand. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Will Long of the Perkins County FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion overall purebred market barrow. We will drop in that reserve Berkshire barrow exhibited by Taryn Sudik of the Bishop Newman FFA chapter.
For your reserve, it certainly doesn't get any easier. I mean, we bring in the reserve Burke, and he's another one that's very fundamentally correct. And we've talked a lot about that today in terms of just opened up, stout-featured, good-muscled market hogs. Maybe he doesn't have the extras in terms of just look, presence, as what a couple others does, but I think he's very correct in a lot of areas. So I guess it comes back to a few of them other ones we already talked and just which one suits you next best, I guess, when it all boils down to it. Like I said, parts and pieces, each one of them we want to change, and there's extra good in each and every one of them as well. The one that I think resembles our champion in terms of his look and presence, stoutness of feature, shape, and just presence at the top side of his skeleton in terms of shape and freshness is the young lady's red one. She's to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Carly Wolf of the Central FFA chapter for exhibiting your reserve champion overall purebred market barrow.
Good way to start us off here in our Crossbred Market Guild division. The young lady here is going to be the one that wins this particular drive. That's the stout featured square built one that gives you a really good look of quality from the side. I think where she excels, especially the one that's going to come in two, she turns and leaves and she's square at her hock and sets her rear foot square to the surface. Very fresh in terms of how she's put together. Fill her up just a little bit more in terms of rib and body to be ideal. I think a high quality type of gilt there to start us off with. I think that's where the young man's gilt in two excels, as she is the shorter bodied one. It's got more rib and fill in her today. She's big and square in her chest. She's got good shape, got good muscle. We just need to lengthen her hip, need to square her up at her hock and the way that she turns and leaves from behind. Young man's going to come out next here in three. You going to go and drop her out there, buddy? Gilt that comes out next in three. The front 2/3 of this one I think are pretty good. She's stout in her skull. She's got a big chest. She's got good shape. She's got good muscle. A lot like her gilt that went in two. We just need to lengthen her hip, need to square her up at her hock in order to move her up in this particular drive. Young lady that comes out next in four is another one that's good-chested, stout-headed, got good shape and muscle. She gives up quite a bit of substance and just mass to the ones ahead of her. At the same time, she's another one. We'd lengthen her hip, change her in the way she handles her rear leg. Hogs here, 5, 6, and 7. Got a bigger, more extended gilt here that's got some shape up high. Just wants to close up a little much in her chest and through her mid-body. Just want to give her more true width and true substance there. Same thing can be said here for the gilt in 6. She is a little bit bigger chested in that regard. Same time, she wants to play out behind her top line there, get a little funky on her rear too. Our blue gilt we close with, flexible, got some feature to her, just got to freshen her up, got to give her a shot more width and just mass all the way through. But a good class of lightweights to start us off with. Let's go and give those kiddos a good round of applause as we continue through our market gilt deal. got a really nice pair at the top end of this particular class, and I think one comes to the forefront pretty quickly for me. Young lady's narrow belted gilt there is going to go ahead and be one. That's a very dense made animal that comes at you good through her chest. She's big in her arms. She's got a good turn to her center body. Get up on top of her, and there is a ton of shape and spread, freshness there. She's not ideal in terms of the way her neck ties into her shoulder. She still gives you a good look, but maybe we just tie her in there just a shade better. I think that's getting awful picky of one that's got a lot of good things about her. The young man's wide belted gilt here. It's going to come next in too. It's the other one that's stout and dense in terms of her skeleton. She's good in her body. She's good in her shape. She doesn't come with quite as much look up front. She wants to get a little too soft on her front feet once again. Maybe we change those two things about her, and I think it'd make that pair even that much closer. I think that's still a very good pair here at the top end of this particular drive. Young man's going to come out next in 3. Certainly got a stout skull gilt, and I love the way that one comes at you. She's wide between her eyes. She's got a big chest. She's got a big arm laid into her. She's rolled up high as you study her there as well. At the same time, we turn her to the side and watch her go. She's another one that gets a little crestier at the top side of her neck. She wants to search out of her front end and maybe just not be as comfortable in her front end skeleton. Maybe clean up her little belly dinger she's got working there as well as you study her in her underline. Gilt that comes out next here in 4, another stout featured gilt. It's got a big top. She comes at you good through her blade, through her chest. Turn her to the side, and she's the most hesitant of her top 4 in terms of her step out of her rear too. Want to lengthen her hip and just make her more athletic. Maybe tie everything together a little bit better there. She gets a little deeper in her throat, a little higher in her flank as well. Gilt that comes out next here in 5. Another one that's got shape and got muscle. She's good in the middle part of her body. She's another one who just want to stouten her up at the ground to make everything match up high. She's another one coming right at you. She's just not quite as good at her knee. She leaves and wants to close up to the ground a little bit as well. Young man's got one here that's got plenty of shape up high, and I like that about her. She gives you a good look up front. She's the most limited off of both ends in terms of her step. She's the flattest in terms of her body as well. Just got to make her a little more practical in terms of her type and kind from a feet and leg and body shape standpoint. 7, 8, 9, and 10, a big extended gilt here. Just gets a little flatter in her body, a little straighter in her shoulder. Want to power her up a shade. Another extended gilt here just needs to be stouter, needs to be opened up. Our gilt we close with is stouter featured. One we want to freshen up and just give her a shot more body width, shot square her up at her knee a little bit coming at you. Really good set there in that second class of market gilts. A good round of applause one more time for those kids. We bring these back out for our lightweight division drive here, and I think we got a pair of them that go together very well. They're hogs that are opened up. They're good-bodied. They got stout features. I think of our class winners, though, there's one that's just that much better in terms of her body shape, her density. One that's going to be champions, the young lady there on the far side that comes out of Class 2. She's going to go ahead and be your champion of this particular division. For your reserve, I think the one that goes right with her, and I think it's closer because I do like the look and the design of the other Class 1 gilt. She's just not near as good in the mid part of her body, and if we could fill her up, freshen her up in that regard, I think she's one that we could get on board with. But I thought the one that just pairs up with our champion that much better is the second behind her. She'll be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to Reagan Alfs of the Shickley FFA chapter for being your grand champion lightweight division. Tucker Brandaberry of the Alma FFA chapter exhibited the reserve champion lightweight market gilt.
As we move into our next division, I think we got a neat pair here that worked their way up. And I think of the pair, there's one that's just square in terms of her build and stouter at the ground. That's the young man's gilt right here in front of me. She's going to go ahead and be one. That one's got a big square hip and an athletic rear leg. She's stout in terms of her skull. She comes at you good. She balances well. I think a very good, safe place to start here in this particular drive. The one that rivals her from the side is the young lady's polka dotted gilt there. One that probably even has that much more look up front. She's good in her shape. She's good in her spread. Study that one going away, and I want to fix her on her right rear just a little bit. I would like to stouten her at the ground in relation to that one that beats her as well, but I think it's a very good pair there at the top end of this particular class. One that's going to come out next in 3, I think one that's fundamentally correct. Once again, she's sound, she's flexible, she's got some width to her at the same time. She doesn't balance or have that extra wow factor to her that the two that we have that go ahead of her. She's a little plainer in her shape up high. Another one wants to close a little bit at the ground as we step in behind her and watch her go away, but certainly one that can give you a good look from the side, one that's got some extra width to her as well. Good place to be there in number 3. 5 and 6 are very similar in terms of what they represent. Stout featured, opened up hogs that are good in terms of their body shape. Both of them come a little quicker in their maturity pattern, a little shorter face, a little shorter neck, get a little tighter in their hip and the way they use their hind leg. I thought the belted one probably was just a notch square in terms of how she's put together. The red belted one here is very good in terms of her shape. shape. Just got to make her get out and go and just be a little more athletic in terms of her general build to move up. 7 and 8 are once again a pair that are similar in terms of being long-bodied, framey type hogs. This gilt here's got a little more shape, a little more muscle. Got to fix her on all 4 feet and just pick her up in terms of her ankle and her dew claw there. Maybe just give her a shot more rib and body. The blue gilt here is better in that regard, and I like her frame. I like her length. We just got to power her up and give her a shot more up high. But a good class there to start us off in this division. Another good hand there for those kids, please. track kind of speeds up a little bit in this particular class, and I think we've got several of them that are awfully good at the top end. And we arrive at a pair here that, if to be honest with you, and I know it's cliche to say, but if we could take and we could put the two together, we'd have one that I could get really excited about, because where one probably falls short just a little bit, the other one corrects it, and vice versa. And it's one of those things where I guess you just got to make up your mind as which area can you tolerate more so in terms of where you want to change them. And when it boils down to it, the one that's just further out there in terms of what she represents, in terms of look and presence, density of skeleton, stoutness of feature, one that's really good in terms of you get right up on the top of her. Her shape and spread is impressive. From the side, she doesn't appear to have it, but you get right up on top of her. She's very bold in terms of her forerib. She's very good at the top side of her skeleton. Is her shoulder just comfortable enough is the question that I have. I think when it boils down to it, she's the one that I'd rather deal with that problem than the other. I like the young lady right in front of me to be one in this particular class. Young lady in two is also very good in terms of being a big-chested gilt that's very round in her body shape. She's impressive up high as well. Her length of hip reads to be good enough in that particular regard. She is more comfortable in her shoulder as she turns, and as she leaves, she maybe wants to roll too much at her hock. She wants to put too much pressure on the outside of her toe, and that's where I beat her in that particular regard. If we could change her in that regard, it makes that pair even that much closer. But I think that's a very good pair here in this particular class. Young man's blue gilt's presented to a hilt. I love her skin and hair. I love her freshness up high in terms of her shape, in terms of her muscle texture. She's extremely good in that particular regard. She's one, I guess, as we read her in terms of true body shape, she gets a little flatter in her forerib. She gets a little flatter and harder in terms of her upper rib cage coming right at you. I want to square her up at her knee, and she's another one that just gets a little straighter in terms of the way her shoulders laid onto her body, but certainly one that has a lot of value in terms of her look, her presence, her density, and flexibility of her hind leg. That one's got a lot of good things about her as well. One that comes out next here in four, and if we could just freshen this one up right there in terms of her skin and hair, right there in terms of her hip loin, and take them wrinkles out, she's one that can move up for me as well. She is so dense skeleton, but yet so loose in terms of her shape, or so loose in terms of her hind leg, clean in terms of her rear joint. Got a lot of good things going for her there. Just got to freshen her up high in terms of her shape, in terms of her muscle, in terms of that top line and her hip loin. Gilt here from her shoulder blade back, I like a lot of things about. I like her length of hip. I like the density of her rear leg. I like her mid-body shape as well. She runs out of gas coming right at you. She closes up too much the base of her chest, wants to twist in her knee. I don't read her as genuinely stout in terms of her muzzle, in terms of her arm and her front foot, but a lot of good things working in that one as well. Same can be said here for the gilt that comes next in six. Tall-shouldered gilt probably comes at you better through her chest and through her forerib than the gilt directly ahead of her. Turn her to the side. She's another one that gets a little stiltier up front. She's a little shorter in her hip. Doesn't want to just get out and drive and use her rear leg quite as well. I didn't read her quite as fresh up high as the gilt that went directly ahead of her. Blue gilt here is one that can give you a good look from the side. Stout featured, tall-shouldered, long body, just runs out of shape and mass up high. Another one that wants to get a little more restricted movement-wise. 8 and 9 here. Gilt that you like in terms of her flexibility here in 8. Just got to make her wider and bolder underneath, stouten her at the ground. Our gilt 9, I'd love to move up if we could just get her out, be more comfortable out of her front end. She's really wanting to favor that right front. If we could do that, her extra boldness, her extra body shape, her extra muscle up high can move her up the line. We just got to make her more comfortable here today. Congratulate those exhibitors as they head on back. We'll get you a champion in this particular division. That's a close pair of two very high quality gilts that we drop back out here in this particular division. And once again, like we talked there in that last class, maybe they have some trade-offs in terms of what they represent. I think when it comes back to it, the one that's just more wild in terms of her look, her presence, the density of her skeleton, and yet I think of the pair, she's still the one that's longer in the top of her hip and probably utilizes her hind leg and her hock just a shade better is the young lady that comes out of Class 2. She's going to be your champion. Congratulations to her. Gets even that much closer as we talk about reserve. I think these two gilts are probably even more similar in terms of just their general build, in terms of hogs that are opened up, great bodied. Their proportions are very similar from the side. We'd like to lengthen the top of both of them's hip just a little bit to be ideal. I think it comes close because one, I'd like to change up just a little bit in terms of maybe just squaring her up at her hock, but I think she drives and uses her hock just that much better at the same time. The other one is square and more secure as you set her behind, but as she turns and goes from the side, she's more limited in terms of her range of motion, wants to just plant them a little tighter there in terms of her hock, in terms of her rear ankle. It's like it's incredibly close between the pair. Ultimately, the pair that I like the best, I'm not going to separate. Young lady that was second in that class will be reserved in this division. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Anna Carnop of the West Point FFA chapter for exhibiting your Grand Champion Middleweight Division Market Gilt. Isabel Runge of the Lakeview FFA chapter exhibited the Reserve Champion Middleweight Market Gilt.
Another good class, but maybe comes with a few more challenges. And I think the one we arrive with is still probably the one that just sets the stage in terms of width and freshness up high. She's so good at the top side of her skeleton in terms of the roll and the shape to her back, shape to her mid-body. She's opened up in her chest. Still athletic in terms of how she's put together. That's the young man's gilt out here in the middle right now. That one's going to go ahead and be one in this particular class. I would change in her hip loin a little and going away. She wants to push the limits of what I'm going to call comfortable with here today, but I think she's the one that still remains more athletic of our top pair here, or our top trio, truthfully, to be able to win particular class. I think the one that comes in two is the one that's most natural in terms of her presentation. I appreciate that about her. She's square and genuine in her chest. She's got good shape right out of the back of her shoulder. She can give you a good look up front. I think where she comes to her demise is back into her hip. She wants to wrinkle up in her hip loin a little bit. I want to lengthen and level her hip, and I think if we did that, she'd take a more athletic stride out of her rear too. But I think that's getting awful critical once again of one that's very, very good through the front two-thirds of her body. The black-headed wide gilt here that comes out next is one you appreciate in terms of her chest, her four-rib shape, her mass and shape that she has up high. I think to go with all that extra mass, she needs to be bigger at the ground in terms of her feet. She turns and leaves. She's another one where the biggest part of her hip is there in her stifle. She wants to close up from her hock down to the surface, just want to square and make everything match and go together just a little bit better in that regard for her to move up in this particular class. The black gilt here from her shoulder blade back is one I like just in terms of being good-bodied. She's got good, fresh shape up high. She's got a big square hip and a good athletic rear leg working in her, coming right at you. We need to square her up at her chest. We need to open her up in that particular regard. She's not as flashy in terms of her look and presence as the three that beat her as well. Gilt that comes out next here in fin 5 is another one, a lot like the one directly ahead of her. Good in terms of her shape up high, good in terms of her mid-body. I don't read her quite as athletic in terms of her general build. She's another one who wants to come in at her knee and the way she drives at you coming up front. Gilt here that comes out next in 6, probably one that is a little bit better through her knee. She wants to roll in on both her front feet. She wants to get a little too hesitant out of her hip and out of her hind leg. Just want to see her get out and go and be more confident in her movement, a little flatter in her body, but good shape up high, good look up front. Gilt here is probably a little looser in her construction. She's got good shape up high. She's a little more frail and a little more refined at the ground. Gets a little rounder in her hip, a little rounder in the set to her rear leg, but a very good gilt in terms of just shape, muscle, look, and presence from the side. Stouty comes out at 8 in the blue one. I like her bone. I like her density that she has. She's got to be more athletic off of both ends. Maybe we peel a little cover out of her neckline as well. 9 and 10. Pair of hogs you like once again. The pig here 9, very freshly, well presented in terms of skin and hair. Just a little flat bodied. Like to change up the shape of her face a little bit there as well. Gilt we close with. Another one that's got some dimension to her hip. She's got some shape up high. Gets a little more, little staler in terms of her general look. Want to open her up in her lower body and chest. Just give her easier feeding look. But a really good class there from top to bottom with lots of good parts and pieces. Let's go and give those kiddos a good round of applause, please, as they head on back. Well, no doubt a challenging class, and I think we got some very, very unique pieces out here in several of these gilts, and yet maybe one that just doesn't quite bring it all together quite as well. And I keep coming back to one that I just read to be the truest, the most honest in terms of how she's put together. She's extremely athletic in terms of her build. She functions and goes extremely good. Her rib cage is good. She's not the most powerful. She's not the best on her front feet, and those would be the two places that I change her. But I think the one that suits me best, the young lady going across the middle right now, that's the one that needs to go ahead and win this particular class. She's clean in her rear joint. She uses her hock right. Her length of hip is good. She's not as massive up high as a couple of the other ones. And like I said, I would like to pick her up on her front feet, but she's the best in terms of just being athletic, square, genuine, good in terms of her shape. From there, the one I'm going to follow her up with is the young man going across the middle right now. And if you just want to just power him out in terms of width and mass and shape up high, she's probably the one you're going to be drawn to because she is extra massive in those particular regards. We turn her from the side, and I just can't get on board with that one being the one we need to use to win. She's a little shorter in her face. She's a little shorter and rounder in terms of her hip. Wants to come apart in terms of her hip loin a little bit, but I did think she maintained her squareness. I did like her front foot set just that much better than the one that's going to come next here in 3. The one in 3 is the class leader in terms of bone, in terms of features, stoutness of skull. I like those things about her as well. She's presented extremely fresh at the top side of her skeleton. I like her shape up there as well. Skin and hair is on point also. At the same time, right at the surface is where I take issue with her. She wants to roll in too much on her front feet, get softer on her front pastern, does the same thing from behind. I just need to tuck her back in her hock, make her more secure in terms of her rear foot placement to move her up in this particular class. The blue here earns a spot because she's very fundamentally correct. She's square, she's genuine, she's tall-shouldered, she can get out and go, and she still has some shape up high. She gets out-horsed just in terms of mass, in terms of width, in terms of freshness as well, as we study her in terms of top shape and just body shape there. But I thought fundamentally she needed to work up in this particular drive. The gilt here is one that's got a lot of neat pieces. Once again, big, stout hip gilt that's got a big top. She's got a great turn to the middle part of her body. She's pushed past where she needs to be from a cover standpoint. In my opinion, her cheeks starting to get a little chunky there. She's a little shorter through her face. Turn and watch her go. She's got a little swelling on the outside of her hocks that concerns me. It's why she ends up where she does here. Gilt that comes out next in 6. Extra stout featured, extra shapely in terms of muscle. I just got to make her more comfortable off of both ends. She's a little tight, a little limited. She wants to bow out too much behind as she turns and leaves. 7, 8, 9, and 10 here. Gilt here that you like in terms of her stoutness of skull. She's got a round shoulder blade laid into her there. Wants to cave into her knee. A little flatter in her body and just a little more hesitant off of both ends. Same thing for the gilt here. Big chested gilt that's got some shape. A little harder bodied. A little straighter and tighter off of both ends. Gilt we close with there. Loose, flexible kind of a gilt. Wants to get out and go. A little too peaked at the top of her blade. Through her forerib and through her chest. Good class there once again to finish us up on. Let's give them a good round of applause. We'll get ready to pick your champion heavy. For your heavy division champion here, I think we got a pair of gilts that are both certainly very deserving, and they've got their strengths and their weaknesses amongst them, but at the same time, there's one that's just that much bigger and bolder up high in terms of the shape, spread that she has. She comes at you, bolder through her chest, better in terms of her front foot placement. One that does the best for me is the young man's gilt out of Class 5. She'll be your champion in this division. Congratulations to him. I think it's close for reserve, and I think we bring in that second place gilt, and we talk just how good she was in terms of coming at you. I think her front skeleton's built extremely good. Her forerib shape, she's good up high as well. Talked her in class, like to lengthen and level her hip and just make her more secure in her hock as she gets out and goes there. I think it's close between the two. One that suits me just a notch better in terms of functionality, hip, hind leg usage, stoutness of feature. Young ladies out of Class 6 will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Will Long of the Perkins County FFA chapter for exhibiting your Division III Grand Champion Crossbred Market Gilt. The reserve Grand Champion from Division III Crossbred Market Gilt was exhibited by Tori Ostin of the Lakeview FFA chapter.
Three very good gilts out here to represent our Crossbred Market Gilt division. Let's go ahead and give these three exhibitors a good round of applause for bringing three excellent gilts out here to sort. You know, ultimately, I end up getting paid on being able to break these things down, and I hope I don't sound too harsh at times, but I'm just trying to tell you what I see and how things are going to play out. And I think each one of these three are extremely good. And I hate the term hard to make; it drives me nuts because it's easy to make ones that are good in a lot of areas, but messed up somewhere. It's hard to make the ones that are good and good everywhere and balance and put things together. I thought these three did that as well as any as we went through those particular divisions, and we bring them back out. And I'm not going to sit here and tell you each one of them is perfect because they're not. You know, we talk about that lightweight gilt. She is very good in a lot of areas just in terms of being youthful and proportional. Her stoutness matches her body and matches her maturity pattern. She's good in terms of her shape up high, so fresh and so good in terms of her squareness coming at you. Does her neck tie in right? No, I'd like to change her there. Is she perfect going away from her hock to the ground? She doesn't roll her ankle, but she does want to close just ever so slightly. Our gilt that comes out of the middle division is one that's way out there in terms of her look. To put that kind of stout skull and big chest on one and yet still make her that neat and attractive, and how her neck ties out of the top of her shoulder and her jawline is extremely hard to do. And then from there back, she opens up so good in terms of her forerib shape, her upper shape up high. She's big and square in her hip. She utilizes her hind leg very, very well. As we talked to her in class and division, is she comfortable enough out of her shoulder? That to me is the question mark on her. We get the gilt out of the last division. Another one, big and square in her chest, big and broad and fresh up high. They've done an excellent job of getting the most out of this one from a feed bucket standpoint in terms of her shape, her freshness, and the stuff that she has, the top side of her skeleton. Big square hip. You study her and you break her down. Her hip loin wants to come apart just a little bit. Turn her and watch her go. She's probably a little bit more than what I'm comfortable with in terms of her hock and how everything meets and drives to the surface. So like I said, each and every one of them are extremely good. Each and every one of them have something we want to change. When it comes back to it, the one I have the hardest time poking the biggest hole in is the young lady's middle. She's going to be champion. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Anna Carnop of the West Point FFA chapter for exhibiting your overall crossbred market gilt.
We bring in that reserve from that division, and she certainly doesn't make it any easier because she represents the same kind of quality. As you study her, she's very good in terms of her look, her proportions. She's extremely good coming at you through the base of her chest, and she's probably even that much more in terms of her forerib and heart than maybe even what our champion was in that particular regard. At the same time, she turns and leaves, and as we talked about there in class, she's another one that maybe wants to put just a little bit of pressure there on her outside toe, and that's where I take issue with her. So I think it comes close. And we talked about those other ones, where they were good, where they were off. I think when it comes back down to it, the one that's still acceptable in terms of range of motion, flex to her ankle, drive, length of hip, and tying everything together, they came together in class. I'm going to keep them that way. Young lady out of reserve, that division will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Isabel Runge from the Lakeview FFA chapter for exhibiting the reserve champion overall crossbred market gilt. We will take a 10-minute break before we roll into the barrow show.
We got plenty of time.
It's 11.
Another really good class and a nice place to start. And the young man's bear out here that came in early, I think that's a very neat pig. I think one that's stout and dense and square at the ground. He's good in his rib cage. He's so fresh up high in terms of his back shape, good in terms of his look up front. Fix him on his front feet just a little bit to be ideal, but I still think he's the most comfortable one we have when we set him out here amongst these top end. I think a very nice place to start. From there, I think it gets close between 2 and 3. I like to use the young lady's bear here closest to me. I think one that from his shoulder blade black, I think he excels in terms of freshness and shape up high, mid-body shape. He's got a big square hip and a functional hind leg that works in him. Coming right at you. I need to fix him at his knee. He wants to just knee in there a little bit, get a little off in terms of his chest, in terms of his front foot placement. I think a very high-quality bear from there up and there back. Young lady's bear here that comes out next in 3. Tall-shouldered, shapely, got a big square hip working into him, got a neat look ahead of his blade. Unfortunately, we've rolled that one shoulder blade too far forward in him. When he did that, he just gets a little too straight, a little too rigid. His movement up front gets a little shorter and more restricted in his step behind. Stop him, prop you up, take a picture of him. I think he takes a neat look there. Just got to make him go a little better to move up in this particular drive. The black bear that comes out next comes in a few more pieces. I like his I like his usage of his back leg and the way he gets out, goes, and flexes his hock. At the same time, he gets a little too piecey in terms of his mid-body. Gets a little flatter, a little harder in his flank. Wants to come apart in his top line, just not near as fresh in terms of his shape up high. But one that's sound and flexible. He's opened up, got a lot of good things working in him as well. Bear that comes out next, presented extremely good in terms of his shape up high. I maybe would like to clean up some of the other stuff we got going on there. But the biggest thing is coming right at you. I need to fix him in his chest. I need to fix him in the way that he leaves behind. He wants to funnel to the ground. Need to fill him up in his mid-body a little more. Big and fresh up high. Neat look ahead of his blade. Big square hip. Just got to change him the way he transitions to the surface. Same can be said for the bear here. Good in terms of his center body. Good in terms of his shape up high. Coming right at you. I want to fix him at his knee. He wants to cave a little much. Turn and watch him go. He wants to swivel in his hip. Step outside the plane of his stifle just a little bit. But a good looking bear from the side. It's got good shape up high. Bear that comes out next. One is big and bold in his chest. He's good in his center body. Want to freshen him up in terms of his look through his jawline and skull, in terms of his back shape up high. He just doesn't roll up with as much true shape, as much true muscle as the ones ahead of him. You know, fix him back there in his glands just a little as well. Blue bear that comes out next, bold and broad in terms of his chest, in terms of his center body. Push a little extra cover down low as you study him there. Want to clean that up. Want to freshen him up just a little bit as well. 9 and 10. Bear that's shape up high once again. A little frail at the surface, a little more hesitant in the step. 10, you like in terms of his shape up high. Wants to knee in a little bit. Wants to get a little choppy in terms of how he goes. Good class there, though. Let's go and give those kiddos a good round of applause. extremely good class and a deep class. And I think we when we line them up and we got these two back out here, to me, these are the two that are probably the most similar in terms of type and kind, and yet there's small differences amongst them. Initially, I'm drawn to one in terms of just his length of body, and then maybe his proportions just a shade better. I like his length of body in relation to his length of hip, but maybe he wants to get a little shorter and more condensed up front, and maybe his front feet want to start to give you some issues. The other one, I think, is just so comfortable and so correct in terms of how he's made, especially back through his hip and his hind leg. He's got a really neat look ahead of his blade in terms of his jawline and the shape of his skull. I don't like his ear set, and I think that's being awfully critical as well there. Like I said, if you can get onto him, so for some people, maybe he's a little too long-bodied, but for me, it matches his length of hip, it matches his length of front, and I think his front feet are just a shade better in terms of squareness and just comfort level. I like the young lady on the far side there to go ahead and be one in this particular drive. Like I said, the other one I prefer from a length of body standpoint. He's more my speed in that regard. He's still got a long hip and he still uses his hind leg extremely well, and that's why he stays in the top pair. I don't read him quite as youthful in terms of his front end. To me, he wants to get a little longer faced in relation to be a little shorter neck coming right at you. That guy wants to get a little softer on his front feet. He wants to twist his ankle just a little bit. That's being awful critical of a very good pair of bears here, the top end of this particular class. Bear that comes out next in 3, another one that's big and broad coming at you. He's big and shapely at the top side of his skeleton. I probably prefer his length of face, his jawline even maybe more so amongst these top 3. At the same time, we turn and watch him go from the side. He's one who wants to crest up at the top side of his neck. He's the one who wants to get the shortest and the roundest in terms of his hip and the quickest in his step off of his rear too. We change those things about him, and he makes that top trio even that much better, because that's a wide, square, good-bodied one that's big and fresh up high. The blue bear that comes next, coming right at you, he's got a big chest and a big arm and a big front foot. He's big and shapely up high. I read him of the top 4 to be the flattest in terms of his body shape. Step in behind him. He wants to come together at his pins, pull his hocks in, and wants to kind of throw that right rear just ever so slightly. In a class of this magnitude, that's what gets him beat. But that's still a dense-featured, good proportion one that's got a good look up through the front end of his body. Another one here that initially I didn't know what to do with, just because I do like his kind in terms of how sleek looking he is, how comfortable he is in terms of his skeleton. When we drop him back out here amongst this top end, maybe and introduce him into that, I just don't think he's quite manly enough in that particular regard. His skull and his face reads more immature. He's more immature in terms of his bone, in terms of his feet. I just want to stouten him up everywhere, want to stouten him in his forerib and just give him more punch all the way through to compete with those ones that beat him. The bear that goes another one that we weighed there, boxy and dense in the middle part of his body, big muscled, big featured kind of a bear, just comes in too short, too quick of a package. Want to lengthen him out up front, want to lengthen his hip and allow him to maintain his rear leg travel just a shade better. The calicos that come out next are similar. I thought the 1 in 7 was just a shade more athletic on his rear too. Hog that's got some shape, hog that's good bodied, just runs out as just shape and true width up high. Hog that runs out of feature there. Bear that we close with, that we go here with, is one that does have more shape, but he gets more restricted on his hind leg, just doesn't use it quite as well. The black-headed bear here, good-bodied hog, needs a little more shape up high, like to clean up his glands, or ones we close with, extended kind of a bear here, just needs more shape and muscle. Bear here's extra boxy in terms of his build, got a lot of shape, just comes in a lot rounder, a lot quicker pattern type fashion. Want to delay his maturity pattern. One we close with, longer body kind of hog's got a good top, just closes too much at the ground. Really, really good class there, really like that top end. Let's give those kiddos a good round of applause. really good class here once again, and yet maybe comes with a few more challenges. And I don't know if there's one that just puts it together exceptionally well, but I think there's several that do a lot of things right. When it boils down to it, the one I'm the most drawn to is the young man's white belted barrow here. That one's going to go ahead and win. That one's big and broad coming at you, and yet he still proportions as well as any in this particular. He's big and rolled up high. He's square and genuine going from behind, and that's probably where he excels the bear that's going to come next to. He's still one I would like to stretch out just a little bit as you study him up through his front end, but I think it balances in relation to his length of body, relation to his length of hip. I think he just puts the most good together. The blue bear is the one that I want to use as you just step off to the side and read him in terms of his length and extension up through his front end, the set to his arm, the set to his front foot, the density and the shape that he has up high. Kudos to the ones in the back getting this one ready. They've got him maxed out in terms of that particular regard. It's this view right here. When he takes off, when he leaves, he's got to be better from his hock to the ground. For me, he just wants to be a little too uncoordinated, isn't sure exactly where he wants to set him down. We fix him in that regard. He's one we could run with and probably run with for a while because he's got a lot of good things other than that. The belted barrow here, from his front feet up and back, he's very interesting as well. That one's another one that's big and fresh up high, presented to a T in that particular regard. Awesome in terms of his body shape, big and square at his hip. At the ground up front, he wants to roll his ankle in a little much. He's a little too long and flat on his front feet in relation to his back feet. Want to get a little more rigid in terms of his ankle. But upper body, center body, that one in terms of just his proportions from the side, he represents a lot of good there as well. Bear that comes out next here in 4, one that just comes in a few more pieces. He's big and bold in his chest. He's got a big arm in him. I appreciate his length of hip. At the same time, that shoulder blade's rolled forward in him a little bit. His neck doesn't tie in quite as well. We get right up on top of him. He doesn't have near the shape, near the spread that those first 3 had coming right out of the back of his shoulder. Bear that comes out next is another one that's opened up good through his chest. He's good up high. He probably has that advantage over the bear that goes directly ahead of him. I like his proportionality from the side. He's another one coming right at you, wants to wing out at his elbow just a little bit. This view right here, once again, got to pull him back in his hock, secure him in terms of his rear leg in order to move that one up any higher. The other belted bear that comes out here next, another one that's tall-shouldered. He's got a good center body, and he's rolled up high good. He just wants to come in too much at his chest, and the way he comes at you, ties his neck in a little bit lower once again. He's another one, and as he leaves, he's on the edge of where I'm comfortable with where he sets his hock in relation to his rear foot. This bear here can give you some good looks. I like his skull. I like his shape up high. He's as natural in terms of his look, in terms of his feel, as any that we have in this class. Coming right at you, though, he just wants to cave in too much at his knee. She turns him from the side. He's so long-bodied, it kind of throws him off proportion in terms of his height. He wants to get a little too weak in terms of his top line there and just throws off his balance a little too much in a class of this particular quality. 8, 9, 10, and 11 here. Got another tall-fronted bear that comes out next. Just gets a little flatter in his mid-body, a little straighter in his shoulder, not quite the shape. Shorter, quicker patterned hog comes out here next. Need to peel a little cover out of him. The black-headed hog want to freshen up a little bit, square him up off of both ends. Calico that closes us there. Good body, just needs a shot more shape and muscle in this particular drive. Really, really good class from top to bottom. Another good round of applause there as we move into our division. Another good division, and maybe one that doesn't just come together quite as easy as what we had there in that first one. And I think it comes down between a pair in my mind, and not to take anything away from our young man here that wins the last class of this division, but I think it comes down between the other two, and you just gotta ask yourself a couple questions on the bear that wins this middle class. Is he just manly enough? I mean, he's so loose and so correct. He's good at the top of his skeleton. He's presented to a T in terms of skin and hair, in terms of freshness up high, but he's just not near as manly in terms of his skull, in terms of his chest, in terms of his arm, maybe is what the other one is. The other one is so good in that regard. I love his skull. His chest when he comes out the gate at you. Thing's got a big arm, and he's blown up high in terms of his shape and the spread that he represents. He stands up here the longest because he comes out of that first class and he comes back out, and is he just athletic enough? Is he just loose enough and comfortable enough to be able to win this particular division today? I would like to strengthen his front feet. I think if we did that, I think it'd be that much easier for him. I think it's close between those two. Once again, I think you just got to make your priority of what you want it to be. When it boils down to it, the one that's more my speed from a comfort level standpoint, see a young lady that comes out of the middle, she'll be your champion. Congratulations to her. We bring in that second. I think that pair was extremely close in that particular class. And, we talked about that one probably being more appropriate in terms of his length of body, maybe than what that champion was. And I think it comes back out and it becomes extremely close between him and the other one we talked about. He obviously comes out fresher because he hasn't been driving quite as long here in this particular division. He still holds the same problem as you study him up there at the surface in terms of his front foot. I think it's awfully close. I just can't leave one out that represents the quality and the presentation that this one has. Like I said, I'd loosen him up out of his shoulder and make him a little better there, but he's hard to ignore. Young man that comes out of this first class will be reserved. Congratulations to him. Awesome class once again, and got a pair up here up top that a guy can certainly get excited about because they are very, very good in a lot of areas. Ultimately, there's one that probably I prefer just in terms of his length of hip, cleanliness of his rear joint, and his ability to drive and use his rear leg to just a higher degree, and that's the young lady's narrow belted bear. That one's going to go ahead and win in this particular drive, yet still coming at you. That is a stout yet youthful head coming at you. He's big and square in his chest. He's got a big arm. He's good at his knee. His front foot placement is excellent, and yet you get right up on top of him, and surprisingly, when you get on top of these two, although he's maybe not as broad, he creases up with more shape coming right out of the back of his shoulder, big and square in his hip, goes away good. I think that one's awfully neat in this particular drive. I love the proportions of this one from the side in relation from his height of shoulder in relation to his length of body. He's so good there, big and square in his chest. The way he comes at you as well, presented extremely well in terms of skin and hair. He's got a big broad back. He's not rolled up quite as much as the bear that we go. This view right here, though, for me is where he ends up second. He just gets a little rounder and coarser in terms of not as secure in the way that he handles his rear too. I think that's a very, very good pair there that into this particular drive. Broad made bear comes out next in 3. That is a big chest when he comes out the gate at you. He's big and round in his rib cage. He's big up high as well. Leaves you still square and true and athletic in terms of his rear leg. Where I take issue with him is we turn him to the side in relation to those two that beat him. He's a little shorter and chunkier in terms of his neck. He gets a little rounder and just coarser in the way his shoulder lays on him. Maybe even wants to get a little hesitant up front there in relation to those two that beat him. The blue bear that comes out next just runs into 3 horses ahead of him because that's still a stout featured one that's opened up in terms of his build. He's got muscle. He's got body. He wants to roll out a little on his right rear hock. Maybe change that about him. He's still athletic. He just gets outclassed in terms of look, presence from the side, and just general build in relation to the ones that beat him. Bear here's another one that's big and square up high, can give you a good look from the side. He gets a little longer and weaker on his rear pastern, wants to throw his hind leg outside himself just ever so slightly, doesn't come up with quite the look up front as those ones ahead of him either. Here is one that does have some more look in terms of skull, in terms of presence from the side. I like shape up high. He maybe just wants to get a little tighter, a little stiltier off of both ends. Want to loosen that guy up, maybe fill him up and freshen him up in his mid-body just a shade as well. Really loose constructed bear comes out here next. He just runs out of shape and mass and bone in relation to all the ones ahead of him. I do like him skeletally. That's why he ended up here. Blue bear here, chunky and stout. Like those things about him. Gets a little too far out behind, a little pushing a little more cover up front. The off-belted bear here, a little more extended type of pig, just gets a little more rigid, a little more tight. Like to power him up a little as well. Blue bear we close with, big-bodied, wide-made bear, just pushed past his end point from a cover standpoint. Really good class there to start us off in this division. Let's give him a nice round of applause, please. got a little quiet in here. Kind of noticed we started that class, and it's kind of amazing. You get into one of them classes, and it just gets kind of quiet around ringside, and certainly deserving in this particular class. I think excellent quality whenever these things come out. And I hate to say it, but I'm going to be honest. It's probably as good a class as what we've had to this point, and yet, in my opinion, there's one that just sets a standard that's unparalleled in this particular drive. When you talk about one that is, in a good way, hard to make, one that is square and true and so stout and so rugged at the ground, but yet their joints read right. They're clean in their joints. They can bend and they can move and they can grab a gear and go, and yet they're stout, immature, they're big, they're fresh up high. I think one that's awfully good and awfully hard to replicate. That young lady on the far side is going to win this particular class. From there, the young man's white belted bear is going to follow him, and I would say any other class that we've gone to thus far, that one probably gets really close because he is so dense and so burly, but yet everything still remains square and it remains in check. He's still long enough in his hip. He still bends and uses his hock and uses his rear ankle so good. His center body is exceptional. That thing is massive when you get right up on the top side of him. Unfortunately, with that, sometimes you get his front end, and he gets just a little cresty, a little thicker in terms of his pole. We clean him up there, make him more unique in his look up front, and that one's awfully good as well. Very high quality pair of show bears there. I wish the one in third could just grab a different gear out of his hind leg, because he probably more so resembles our class winner in terms of his look and his presence up front, the angle and bend to his shoulder. He's big and square and fresh up high as well. His set to his hind leg reads appropriate. He just doesn't want to use it quite as well. He needs to be able to leave his foot on the ground a little longer, extend his hind leg travel. If we could do that, he makes that top trio even that much closer, because he's awfully good as well. Bear that comes out in fourth is one that's got a unique look up ahead of his blade. He's stout in his mug, but yet extended in his neck, big and square in his chest, extremely big and square up high. Kudos to the people in back getting that one ready as well. That one's big and shapely up high and fresh there, really good in his hip. He just wants to drive up a little too high in his spine. He's a little more uncoordinated and uncertain in where he wants to set his rear too. We change him there. Makes it even more competitive as well. Bear in 5, I pinned him first coming right out of the bat. That's just a very fundamentally correct kind of show bear. He's square, he's true, he's comfortable. He's got so many good things going good about him. Young lady, you ran into a buzzsaw kind of a class. He just runs out of shape and spread up high, runs out of look and presence from the side. But that one has an unbelievable amount of running gear, and he's so good right there at the surface. I thought he needed a pin right off the bat. The black-headed bear that comes out next just gets a little rounder in his shape, a little rounder in his shoulder, a little rounder in his hip, but that one's still athletic in terms of his rear leg, still got good top shape, still got good shape to the mid part of his body as well. Really stout blue one comes out next, one that wants to just close at the ground a little coming at you, wants to get a little excessive at his hock when he turns and leaves, but he's big and fresh up high, stout from the side. The young man's done a nice job with him as well. Another blue bear here that's extra stout in his mug, got a big arm. He wants to cave at his knee a little. He wants to get just a little flatter in terms of his rib cage, close up in his pin set when he's stepping behind him. The blue bear here's another one that's really big up high. He wants to close in his knee and close in his chest. He doesn't have quite the feature at the ground in relation to what he carries up high. Bear we close with more extended in terms of his type and kind. Want to clean up his lymph nodes, want to clean up his rear joints and just make him more comfortable. Excellent class. Give those kiddos a good round of applause. So we get into our heavies here. Certainly a good class to close on. I like the young man's black bear there to go ahead and win. I think the stout, durable one, that's good in terms of his feature up front. He's big and up high and maintains his freshness as well as any in this particular drive. I think he's better out of his hip than one. I think he's just more shapelier, stouter than the other one. I think a very, very nice place to start here as we finish up in this particular division. The Blue Bear is going to come next in two, and he's probably the one from the side I prefer the most. I like his elevation up front. I like the way his lines draw up from the side. I like his angles in terms of his hip and his hind leg. Get right up on top of him. He's just not near as fresh. Right out of the backside of his shoulder, turn him and watch him go, and he maybe still wants to put a little pressure the outside of his toe. But I think a nice pair there to start. Young man's kind of colored up bear here from his hip forward. He's probably the one I'm the most drawn to. I like his extra length up front. I like the bend to his front leg. He's big and square in his chest. His muscle pattern's just too round for me. We get back there into his hip. It really wants to get a little rounder and just a little funky the way he handles his rear too. But from there forward, that one's got a lot of very good pieces. Blue Bear here is one that's stout and proportional in terms of how he's put together from the side. He maybe gets a little out of whack in terms of just being a little softer through the lower portions of his body. I'd like to stouten him at the surface in relation to the mass that he carries into the upper parts of his skeleton. Got one here that's maybe a little past prime, and maybe we just couldn't get him filled up the way we wanted. He's got shape up high. He's got a big hip. He's got big legs, just a little flat-bodied, little empty looking, kind of just gets a little staler in terms of his general appearance. The black-headed bear that comes out next, fuller-bodied kind of a hog, gets a little more limited in his step off his rear too, maybe not quite as just shapely and fresh. You get on the top side of his skeleton. The black bear here is more shapely up high, gets a little straighter in his shoulder, wants to close up in his chest and through the base of his body. Just want to pry him open there. Really, really good class to finish on. Let's give him a round of applause. We'll get you a champion heavy division. Really good division here to finish us up on, and I think where it's going to get close is for reserve. I guess to me there's one that sticks out pretty quick, like I talked in class. One that's just so proportional and fits everything together so exceptionally well, but yet pushes some extremes in other places. Young lady comes out of the middles of this division will have your champion. Congratulations to her. I think for your reserve, it becomes incredibly close, and not to take anything away from the young man's black bear here that wins our last class, but in my opinion, it's between the other two. I think one you got to make up your mind is one just slick enough looking one. The other one, I think, just fits and molds everything together so well. He's not as burly at the top side of his blade, and his pattern, his skeleton, his general build, and how he puts everything together in a youthful package, but yet still stout where he needs to be. For me, he's my second favorite. Young lady's narrow belted bear will be reserved. Congratulations to her.
The Grand Champion Division 1 Crossbred Market Barrow was exhibited by Andrew Veck of the Bishop Newman FFA chapter. Reserve Champion out of Division 1 was exhibited by Miles Hannon, also of the Bishop Newman FFA chapter. The Grand Champion Market Barrow from Division 2 was exhibited by Jamie Hoblin of the York FFA chapter. Reserve Champion was exhibited by Seth Meyering of the Alliance FFA chapter. In Division 3, Jamie Hoblin exhibited your Grand Champion Division 3 Market Barrow from the York FFA chapter, and Reserve Champion was exhibited by Reagan Alfs of the Shickley FFA chapter. We're now making the selection of our overall Crossbred Barrow.
Before we do anything else, let's go ahead and give all of our exhibitors a good round of applause. Before we go any further, I'll be honest with you, I've struggled with it here in my mind as we went through, and I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't go ahead and bring it up. But I hate to do it, but it's one of those things. I've got a 12-year-old daughter at home that takes this thing very, very seriously, and we do as a family too. And I know it's kind of become the in thing, and the thing to do is to paint these things up and do that to try to make them look as good as we can. And I get it, but I'm not going to tell you right now I don't like it. Maybe it's me, maybe it's my old age and getting grumpy and all that good stuff. But like I said, I've got a 12-year-old girl and a wife at home that spend a lot of time in the barn working skin and hair and making that a priority. And I think it's very important as a show judge for these things to come out and look natural and look well presented. Like I said, it hasn't affected anybody's placings today. It's not fair for me as a judge to come out here on the spot and tell you guys that right off the bat I'm going to beat you because of it. That's not fair. But I am going to tell you, going forward, it is one of those things that me as a show judge, I do not like. And it's one of those things I think we need to make sure we keep it in check. I get why we do it. I get we're trying to make these things look as good as we can. I'm all for it. But at the same point, let's do it in a fashion where they look natural, they look well presented, and it's not one of those things that's going to show up and come back to bite us eventually in the end with the general public that's standing ringside and wondering why in the world we've got some of this stuff on them. So that's my soapbox. I apologize. I wanted to get that out of the way before we go across to the dirt here. afternoon and get to be able to judge these things down there where it matters. But it's one of those things, we come back out here, I like these 3 show pigs. That lightweight came out earlier there in that particular class, and we had a pair of them in that class that ended up coming out of that division that in my mind at that point in time, I thought, it's going to be awful tough to turn those things. Those things were awfully good. They're proportioned right. They're stat featured. They're built right. Everything sets in the way it's supposed to be. And yet as we continued, as we went, they just kept coming. And then we got down here to this last particular division. We got one that comes out of there that I think's just an absolute man, but yet he's so loose and athletic. He proportions the way I like him. He's my kind of show pig. Young lady's heavy's your grand. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations to Jamie Hoblin of the York FFA chapter for exhibiting your grand champion overall crossbred barrow.
Well, it's been fun. The Barrow Show Day has been a blast. The Gilt Show last night was fun as well. Join me in thanking your ring help and the guys and the girls behind the scenes that do all this to make this show happen. Give them a good round of applause, please. That's one of those jobs. That's a very, very thankless job. My wife runs a jackpot back down in Texas, and I can tell you that when there's a problem, they're the first one that gets an earful about it. And yet, I promise you, they're trying to do everything they can to make this go off for you guys. You see them people around the barn or here later tonight, be sure and shake their hand and tell them thank you. Without them, this thing wouldn't happen. It's one of the, and I guess as we get back to the Barrows, like I said, it's been fun. We get out here, and I think it's incredibly close between a pair of them. You know, we've talked so long in this pig deal about bone and tallness of shoulder and different things like that, and I think these things can represent that to a high degree, and I think they're very, very good. This young man's lightweight barrow is so neat in a lot of regards, and he fits his weight so well from a proportion standpoint. Does his neck tie in just perfectly? No, and maybe that's where I get him just a little bit. It's right there at the top side of his neck, in his crest. I'd clean him up there just a little bit. The middleweight barrow, so loose, so comfortable. For me, he gets a little stretchy in terms of his length of body. Maybe he doesn't come quite as into contention as what the other pair. And then we got the reserve heavy that comes out here. That thing, everything just fits so well together in terms of how he's put together. He is so incredibly comfortable. He's not way out there in any one regard, and that's fine with me, but he's so complete. He's so balanced, and yet he's extreme in terms of his look. He's good in terms of his shape. He's my second favorite. Congratulate her on having your reserve.
Congratulations to Reagan Alfs of the Shickley FFA chapter for exhibiting your reserve champion overall crossbred barrow. Thank you very much for joining us for the 2023 Nebraska State Fair FFA Swine Show. We hope you have a safe travels home, and we'll see you back here next year.